Hello again, folks, and welcome to what will hopefully be a great day for streaming. We are back with more Pokemon Shield today. Um, Hopefully the internet will be better. I woke up this morning, tested a few things. Still seem to be having an issue. I tried resetting the router. That seems like it may have fixed it, but we will kind of have to see how things go. Um, but last time, even with the internet issues, we basically did get through what we needed to with the DLC. So I feel like now is a good time to start working on the living Pokedex. As much as I hate myself for this stuff, so I got some things pulled up aside, and I did a little bit of prep off stream. In just that, I got Scorbunny and Sobble picked up from the my other copy of the game. And then I kinda, as you can see here, separated everything out because we got some via our playthrough. I got everybody separated into their spot here. We also have a few Pokemon that are region variants that aren't Galar, so I pulled them aside to figure out what we're gonna do with them. And these are ones that are part of the other DLC that don't fit the Pokedex as nicely, so we'll have to play around with what we'll be doing with them afterwards. This is just going to be the main 400 that is the base Pokedex that we're going to worry about right now. I am going to grab Calyrex here. There's two things we got to do quick before I think we get into hatching, grabbing and hatching some eggs. The first one, to get it done. Is it Winden or I want to say it was in Winden here. I don't have it pulled up. Hold on. Go back. Side quests, specifically this one. This would be this first one? No. Maybe it's this one. There he is. Uh-huh. This is the last of the trade X for Y things. Duraludon does not have an Evo. Okay. Which means I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we already have a Duraludon. We'll put him with the variants for now. Now. other thing I need to do before we go too far into all this is travel to Motostoke here. Could have made my life easier. Just specifically wanted to travel to this Poke Center, because I believe, yes. All right. Calyrex can't learn it. What about Urshifu? Can Urshifu learn it? You can. That'll work. Hold on, before I do that, let me make sure. If I remember correctly, in every Poke Center here, okay, yeah, so I can... Any move that I remove, I can teach him here. Alright. And it doesn't really cost anything. Or if it does, it shouldn't be a problem. So. Let's get rid of close combat. It's a good, strong move, but... Okay. Which means now... Rillaboom. Go in his slot there. Got that done. Let's go get ourselves some eggs, shall we? Pokemon. Take my Score Bunny. Zoom around in circles for a bit. Help. Do I need to maybe evolve them first? Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, nope. Okay, good. No, I didn't. Now I gotta repay to put Ditto in. Sobble. Alright. Speaking of... I'm just gonna put him here for now. Grab him back after we set on some of the evolves. One. Two. And now... Okay. Yes. Sobble can stay there for a second. Now... we do this until one of the eggs hatches. Come on. And this was good for science. Now I know with Vulpix I can add the one I have to the party and then hatch an egg to get the second Vulpix that I may need, because getting it in this game is not exactly easy. Also means that, yeah, I only need to worry about trading one Pokemon to each game, because afterwards I can just breed for however many other more I need. And when we eventually get the Shiny Hunt, that's when we need a foreign Ditto. Alright. You two switch. As well as you two. Well, I guess technically no. We want that, and then... now let's get the rest of these eggs hatched. Alright. Not that button. I also want to do this. Should have done this sooner, but... Shuifu's the only one that gets to hold on to anything. Thing you goes there. Alright. These are the ones we need to evolve. Now... Oop, too far. Hey there! Let's see, how do I do Itch Magdino? Hope I'm saying that right. How you doing? That would explain it, yeah. While I have German heritage, I do not know German, so pronouncing properly would not be something I would likely do. Maybe. It would kind of depend on what that is. I might have to, I may have to do work for it, depending on what it is. But I can always try. Oh, not that. A whopping critical hit there, huh? I don't right now, and right now I am playing Shield myself, so I'm not gonna be able to hunt them down, even if I wanted to. That is an eventual thing I will have to do. Thankfully, I am very happy about the way this game's works in that it's got the breeding thing. I did the living Pokedexes for Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and that was not fun. You, Blipbug, can come here. Now that I have all these, let's make... Well, not necessarily gonna be faster either way. So Zacian and Zamazenta are, being legendary, don't have the evolutions. You just have, for them, it is, the item they hold that just gives them that other form. As for, Applin, there is... Oh, how to get him for the Dex. Yeah, I don't know how to get Zacian for the Dex. Other than a whole big trade thing. I'm sure there's a way, but I'd have to look that one on. As for Applin, I know that they're item evolutions. There was a point where you do get either your choice of the fancy apple or one other, and I know there was a couple of different apples you could get, and their play in the evolution on them. If you look on Google, it will actually explain the whole thing. Oh, can't you? Huh. Yeah, see, I never looked into all of that stuff. I thought the item... Because there was a person you talked to that I thought gave you your choice of item. Or is Applin... What is... easiest way for me... There's the apple here. There he is. So one... around here. No, it's different items. One is the tart apple, the other is the sweet apple. They're two different items. So the first one he changes into Flapple is the tart, and Appleton is the sweet apple. The exclusiveness is the boy who gives you the one does give you specific depending on whether it's sword or shield. If you're sword, he gives you the tart. If you're shield, he gives you the sweet apple. However, if you go into, I think that's Isle of Armor, maybe? Let me see. There should... It's the Axwell Lake area, it seems. Might have... I'm looking at... Oh, no, even those... Well, wait. Shield is the sweet apple. Sword is the tart apple hidden in front of a tree. What was the boy again? Sword is tart. Okay, so you do still need the other one. They are... It is an item spawn, but the items are exclusive to each game. Okay. I hadn't done research into that. So yeah, you would have to get somebody to trade you the specific one. Alright, well, actually, that actually helped me out, because now I got a little bit of research done ahead of time that I would have had to do eventually. Been very confused about for a little bit. And yeah, no problem. I will eventually be getting to working on Sword as well. I kind of lucked out having worked for GameStop for quite a while. So while I wasn't there when the Switch 2 came out, I went and managed to trade up to a Switch 2, but I still have my managed to keep my OLED Switch as well. So I've got 2 Switches, and I've got both copy of each of the games, so I can do trades back and forth to help myself out, but that also means I get to do all of this work twice, do it in both games. And that's for the whole series, because I've done that everything. When I did the Switch 2 upgrade, I got the one with Pokemon Legends ZA. So, outside of, like... It's weird. I don't know if I consider the Legends games side games or not. I do consider things like Mystery Dungeon and Ranger and those things fair enough to side game that I don't have them. But the Legends games were mostly this same mechanic that I was like, okay, I'll count these as mainline enough. So I picked them up. Okay. Now. Oh, please don't. I forgot that the pupper would actually have solid damage against us. I do like post game for this, though, that I can get my level evolves done real quick. Sure, get rid of that for that. Oh, this is the other one now. Yeah, get rid of Tackle for Flame Charge. Yeah, I guess the only other thing I could say is if you actually have 2 copies of a copy of each game as well, because I know a lot of people do that. Not everyone, but there are a lot of people who do that. That's also where Pokemon Home comes in. The free version doesn't give you a lot of room, but it's enough that you can catch a thing in one game and then transfer it to the other. Which is more than likely what I'm going to do for the rest of the stuff, in these games. I already did... The only reason I did the starters different was because, I didn't want to reset since I already got through the story in all of these games. Yeah, time for a whole bunch of, like, actually, I think 5 evolutions. Yep. Alright, not that one. Not that one. Pokemon. Bring up the box. Alright, there we go. This rabbit can go here. This drizzle can go here. Doppler can go there. And now we need to go get the next 2 Pokemon. Which means the next bit's gonna be annoying in Route 1, supposedly. It's like you see the Butterfree up there, and a thing you can't go to. Supposedly, there's Caterpie here. I don't think I've ever seen a Caterpie here. Oh, I should have... Well, I don't need to heal him yet. I can heal him when we leave after getting our catches. I do need a couple more grubbing. Oh yeah, there's the hoot hoot. All right. Heal them and then move them into box for their temporary spots till we're ready to evolve them. Grip and go there. Goes there, and see, we have both of our squabits. Do need 2 more rickety as well. So apparently between don't need any more rubbin. Don't need any more squabits. So hey, look, a Caterpie. Asking you shall be answered. Definitely don't need a squabit. Yes, Caterpie number 2. I mean, I guess I should have kept. Just realized I closed things out. I should have kept them open for certain purposes. Grubbin. Hoot Hoot. Rickety. Squabit, which goes. No, damn it. pretty sure I know the methods. It's not about necessarily about also just keeping track of what I haven't caught as much as it's about making sure that when I'm going through the evolutions, like, oh, hey, I can stop leveling this one because its next step is a stone or something. One more Caterpie. And we'll have those. We have our 3 that will be evolving to that. We need one more Hoot, which we might get in this process. The Rookies are easy because they're right freaking here. So we already have the ones we need to catch, and we'll start working on those next ones. Will be red. Those will help us level because of where I think we have to go for them. I'm not looking for you. Okay, let's go to a different area. Nope, we don't need a Grubbin either. We already have you 3, the 3 of you. Well, we need a Hoot, so... we'll catch this one and then go back to the Poke Center to heal the 3 of them before putting them in the boxes. Squavets. They're like regular squirrels. They're everywhere and they just get underfoot. Alright. the first time I had that in there. Okay. Now, go there, go there, go there. One of those, and then two of those. Yeah, after Squava is the Pidove, whatever. But it's not found here. Not a Caterpie. You know, for something that's supposed to have like a 20+% drop rate, it really doesn't show up that often, does it? But then again, that is statistics and percentages and the annoyance of it. In the long run, it averages out to that percentage, but doesn't mean you can't. You're not likely to go through a long stint without them. Got those. Let's do those. Now we need. Ricketies, right? There, so we get 2 Ricketies, and then out to the wilds where we can both catch and okay, so many freaking Ricketies before, and now they're just like, no. One. Firebird. Come here, you stupid special one. Ball swipe. God sent to catching. It's like, oh, you want to catch Pokemon? Here's an ability that guarantees you will not kill the Pokemon. Mind you, we only said you will not kill the Pokemon. Alright, East Lake Axwell, North Lake Moloch, Rolling Fields, and Watchtower Ruins. Bigger question is... Nine. So, Rolling Fields and East Lake Exwell Area 2 seem to be the big ones. That's Rolling Fields. I guess this is sort of split into regions, but either way, or they're talking about this part of Rolling Fields, which it's still Rolling Fields. So, looks like our best bet would be this starting section. Heal all these, and then since we know where we're doing our hunting for it, let's take all these out. It doesn't matter, so we'll grab 2 of you. One of you. Leave the Poké Center first. That was not very effective. Alright, we'll let this go through its thing, and then we'll pause and take our break. Oh, God, no. Can multiple evolutions happen? This will be the big thing. We'll have to hit B on one of them. Okay, good. That also helps. That was one of the things I was a little worried about. But it does have to at least gain 1 level. It has to be in that form for 1 level. Good. Good, good, good. Alright, go in Metapod. Let's grab the other Grubbin. And we'll kind of just leave it on this page. Give me a few minutes to go ahead and run ads, take care of a few things. This is how I always recommend leave it running in the background and take a chance to stand up yourself, grab drinks, use the restroom, whatever it is you need to do. Just gonna be a few minutes, but the ads currently are my only real source of revenue outside of the occasional sub. So be back in a little bit. See you guys then. All right, sorry, took a little extra time, had to move a couple things, but let's go ahead and get back to this. Oh, I didn't mean to. No, this guy's got something that's actually kind of nasty for us. We're gonna run. Ooh. Is it a rare? No, it's not all that rare. Oh, it is flying, though. There it is. That's what we were looking for. Uh, I'll swipe. Oh, well. Rock, ice, and electric are the things I need to avoid throwing at it. Alright. Hmm. Gets all of those out of the way. I'm less likely to use String Shot than Harden. Alright, you go there, you go there. Switch them and grab that one. And yeah, this is the only one. Cheekers is the specific one we want to level up. Alright, they still need levels. I still need 2 more. It's doing that much, and it's also Yeah. Second one down. And they'll be easy, because I literally just got to give each of them just a level. Or, well, one level for the first evolve, and then one level for the second evolve on one of them. We can delete that one from our list. Grubbins are at level 20. Okay. As is Hoot Hoot. Alright. By Growl. Again, for stat stuff, there's better things than Growl. Yeah, we'll learn Reflect for now. We'll risk it. Yeah, nope, that was too much. Sharply raises speed stat, just raises, but this is also an attack. Sucker Punch is good. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye Growl. Like, Pound isn't that great a move either, but... Using its psychic power of suggestion... Oh, no. Little bit of us lucking out there. Alright, Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. We'll get rid of Vice Grip. One slap may not do a lot of damage, but it's the lower accuracy on top of the damage. Do I have a Thunderstone? No. So one of these goes in a box. The other one... Well, I guess let's check for the Thunderstone first. Did not mean to go into that. I was just mashing the button. Alright, hold on. The top one is the one we'll use it on. Sound like an accordion. That'll get that done. So basically, we'll be switching the two of those out for two of the rookies. True, those are going to need some leveling. Yeah, now we can get rid of Mud Slap. Alright, Bigger speeds since they're evolved should give solid XP. Extra sensory. User auto may also. Okay. By confusion. We'll eventually end up getting rid of Reflect, I'm sure. If we ever do big leveling on these. No. See, Power Trip. Hone Claws and Power Trip work interestingly well together. Gets that one done. Squabbles at 20. And because I think both Rookidees are evolving, that means we'll actually be able to put one of the Padoos in to start its evolution. Just for a second. We'll go here and heal them. Uh... Alright. And back out we go. I don't know if, I have a good move for it. Oh, screw you. Well. Um... Always hits twice. Get rid of Ember. I know it's a bug move, but U-turn's actually really useful, so. Oh, no, I didn't mean to get... Oh, well. Hmm. Oh, this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Things that I know I can, like, one-shot. That are, like, evolved forms of things, so they give good XP, too. Cheekers is evolving. Well, it's done. Alright. Ooh. Give her a tackle for Covet. Excuse me. Alright. Should probably go back to catching now that we've got the second. Well, I don't know. I want more. I want to cut back, so I want to get past. I want to get to where the Padoos are the only thing, if anything, that needs XP. Especially 'cause if I really wanted to, couldn't I just... I have 6 rare candies. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, no. Don't know if this bug actually gives good XP. It is fully evolved, so it is being a 3rd stage will help on what it gives. I should have used the dark move. Yeah, well. No. Ooh, liquidation on the other end. That is a solid water move. Goodbye, water gun. Now, are they? Yep. Raboot. Come to the soccer fan. Yeah, 100% we teach it Pyro Ball. Hmm. Here's the other starter. Secret Agent Lizard. And next, the effect of opposing Pokemon's moves and abilities that draw in moves, allowing this move to... Okay, interesting. I'll get rid of U-turn. Guess the next question is what'll happen first? Will the Padoos level up, or will Corvus Squire get to 38? Well, that answered that. Well, that's one of them leveling up and getting an evolution. Um, you know what? That puts us close enough on things. Nick is found actually in Route 1. Route 2. Let's see. Since Route 2 is where we get 2 of those. Let's do this. Oh. Two, and then we'll heal 1. And back to Route 1. I just gotta check. I think I may already have a Wooloo. I know I'll need a second one. I think I may have the first one. Yeah, that was a quick capture. Didn't even, I wasn't looking quite that way. Didn't notice it. Yeah, we have a Wooloo. Just gotta capture a second one. Another quick capture. Alright, go capture that Wooloo. Funny thing is, I only set up for the first 90. Because, like, that's fair enough. Be surprised if we get much further than that. And, we're already about a third of the way through. Okay, Lotats can be found in Route 2. Where in Route 2? That is the big question. Hurry method. Well, we need 3 Lotads. I think Choodle, we just need the base form, right? Yeah. Alright. And the reason we skipped from Lotad to Choodle is C-Dot is version exclusive. Good. If I stay on here, at least the things will farm in here. So, this one's also. Still considered Route 2. Now I'm oh, there it is. I'm like. Alright, so it's in that method that we have to get them. Alright. Alright. Guess goodbye, Lear. Guard split. Psychic power to average. No. I mean, I guess with defense curl, it's not, or other things that up your stats, it's not so bad, but. Oh. Was not expecting that. But we run from this one. We don't need it. No, we need a purloin. Oh. There's a Yamper. The target has already taken some damage in the same turn. Nah. Only a good double battles move, and I don't really do double battles. One more Lotad after this. I want to say, so we got those. Ulu, this is getting us the Lotads. We got that. Alright. That will put us in some XP ranges. Oh. Oh, it's annoying that we lose the random if we get into a battle with something else. Excuse me. I think we may have to take the break before we get the Lotad. Dang it, there goes the random. Hope that wasn't the Lotad. There we go. Best part is, the next one we need to catch, I know an easy way to go and deal with it. Oh, hey. And it gets evolving. That's good timing. Well, not good timing, because I kinda need to go take a break, but... User attacks, steals target's held item simultaneously. User can't steal anything if it already holds an item. More Poke Party mods. Let's get rid of... Guess let's get rid of Hone Claws on him. Her. Alright, let's pause here, and when we come back, we'll take care of things, but I gotta do another set of ads, so give me a chance for those, and when we come back, we will continue on with our, Living Pokedex. So, see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, we are back. So, let's go in here quick. Because he needs to go there. And then, so 37, 38, 38. So, yeah, we'll grab one of these actually. And let's see. We already have a Bunnelby. So our next one, for catching purposes, because we only have the one Bunnelby, would be either another Bunnelby that we evolved to a Diggersby or a Diggersby, and, well, we fought a couple of them, so we know where Diggersbees be. We know where they be. I didn't expect him to just keep going that way. God, he really ran. Last time we were able to catch up to him. I don't feel like playing around with that much chasing. Somewhere around here. There he is. Okay. All right. Everything else is effective, so let's just try the aerial ace. Go. See if a regular Pokeball will catch it. Nope. Upgrade to a Great Ball. Ah, it's quick to capture. We're good. Nice. All right. That, if I go in, means we should actually be... Hidden Missile. No. I hate those variable hit moves. Like, personally, I just don't like them. Not that they're necessarily bad moves, it's just not my kind of moves. Alright. So, Diggersby goes there, and yep, we are done with Diggersby. The next one, oh, we actually can get in a regular route, so it'll be easier to deal with. Said regular route is Route 5. Let's go heal these Pokemon up first. Yeah, no, standard mode doesn't have that. I may have to look into where I can get different Evo stones. Oh, that's the one I'm looking for right there. There we go. First one, I need to get one more because we gotta evolve it. Oh, hey. That. Oh, we need to nick it one because we got that. Oh, yes, 100% learn Night Slush. Get rid of tackle for it. I mean, the move stuff doesn't matter that much. We can always teach later what we want. We're just trying to get through collecting things. So you go down there. Go there. And let's grab that one for evolving purposes, for level evolving purposes. And now we can get rid of that and let's keep an eye out for another one of those. There you are. Yes. See if I have a shiny stone. I have 3 shiny stones. Alright. Doesn't matter. So yeah, when we get to them, I can do that quick. Let's pull up the data on this little guy. Looks like Stony Wilderness is the spot where they have the best chance of showing up. So here. I just wish I knew what what it means by area 3. Like, my guess is these are separated then further. Alright. We found the spot. Three of these. Hmm. Goodbye, defense curl. Still need to do one more evolution on this. We already have this one. We don't have Unpheasant. Oh no, I didn't mean to just go right to the Pokeball. Damn it. Well, we lucked out. It's one of those with a low enough catch rate that even worked. Alright. Then I'm gonna have to look at what what the timing on Stomp is for these. Oh, look, that should level up. Or evolve, I mean. Those depends on the weather. Okay. Alright, Hey there, Grandpappy Unknown. Oh, well, it's not my starter technically, but the I guess you talk about the first one. That's Urshifu. You get that from completing, well, a decent way through the Isle of Armor DLC. Uh, Starts off as Shifu, and you have the tower upgrade on it. Where is... Yeah. Forget what his base number... There he is. Or Kubfu. Starts as Kubfu. And then you get Urshifu. There's two different versions for Urshifu, technically, because there's a water tower and a dark tower. So it can either be fighting dark or fighting water. I went with fighting dark in this version. But yeah, that's a DLC mon. It's very powerful fighting type too. I know I need this but not quite yet. Yeah, it's one of those that I think I don't really follow the competitive side as much, so I don't know quite how well it did there, but I think I remember seeing stuff about it being sort of an issue in competitive when it first came out. Let's see. That's Giant's Mirror. So it's saying down here. Okay. Yeah, I don't do competitive either. What is Dappled Grove? Zone here. Okay. Let's start by checking here. Yeah, I've got a Pokédex thing set up. I don't know if it is completely accurate or not, but got a thing set up in hopes to help me find all the mon I'm looking for, and of course things just accidentally got deleted. Give me a second. Tab, slide over. That far, there we go. To heal up to. It's not very effective, so... Okay, good. That doesn't surprise me. I know there's a lot of, like, you can, they've been doing some of those as tradable or via the, things like the Dynamax raids and what have you, so... And hey, GoonJS, things are going pretty good. We've got one page basically done on the living decks. I took the time before stream to set up my boxes so that way I could set it up. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. Being that it's much later in things, they're a little bit more open to the understanding that, hey, not everybody can trade as easily anymore, and they're making the trade only Pokemon a little easier to get in some of the games. But yeah, we've got outside of just the leveling. So once Carvesquire here hits 38 and Tranquil levels up just once more, that'll be the first page of the Living Dex done. So we're working on the second one now, which we're trying to catch. I defeated it instead of catching it, or no, I thought I caught it. There he is. It's like, no, I caught him. There's the Oddish. I will end up having to... I do have Sword. So probably off stream, what I'll end up doing is just getting like a C-Dot and the different Sword exclusive Pokemon. I'll get them in my Sword copy on here and put them into home and then transfer them over so that way I can just breed them with a Ditto and get the eggs. Should be able to, at least on most of them. But we need... Ooh, yeah. That's a little easier, because with the home decks, you can at least, one, it's a trade in, trade out just to register them, but you don't have to worry about, different copies. If you've got both games, especially if it's already beaten, you can kind of switch between any of the games on the Switch towards catching them. You're not even limited in Sword Shield. Though I'm not sure if you do that. I haven't played around with home that much. So, like, if you go into Scarlet and pick up an Oddish there and trade it in, since it's the home decks, it should give you the information from any of the versions. Ah, yeah. That does make it a little harder. But again, since you're trading, you can trade in and out. Well, I guess no, depending if you didn't do a Living Dex, yeah, you do have that nasty bit of, okay, I gotta go back and catch previous ones to trade back and forth. That's why I like the idea of the Living Dex a little bit more in the games, is because that you just, here's all of them, we don't evolve them anymore, they sit in there where they are and they're good. And honestly, I like this one a little better. Okay, that's what I wasn't sure if the Pokédex in home required you to trade versions from each game for it to get all of its info or not. I should sit down at some point and do the Let's Go trade over then. Alright, let's move this Oddish down. Double gets to go here. Let's grab the Yamper quick, and let me see if I have... So, double is done. Do I have a Waterstone? Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's the rewards for completing the home decks. Okay. I forgot about the reward side of things. That's the other reason for doing the home decks. Which, if you do, the reward for Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee is a Melmetal, isn't it? Or Melton? Yeah. And that's the other thing. If I remember correctly, Home has I know at least on Let's Go, because I remember seeing about it. I believe it's got the two sides. So you've got the if you complete the regular decks, you get the one, and then if you complete the shiny decks, you get the shiny version of it. Yeah, Melton can only be evolved in well, currently can only be evolved in Pokemon Go, can't it? Though we'll see. Maybe if Gen 10, because there's I believe the rumors or I forget if they officially announced, was it Waves and Winds or Winds and Waves uh there, maybe they'll do something in there because it's not behind or it's not something that they're against being like, okay, we got rid of it here, let's do a different evolution version in this game, because they did that with some of the evolutions already, where they finally went, hey, we've been making it a really annoying, you have to find this specific rock, and if that rock isn't in the game, then you can't get this one in this game. So Stone Evolution, I could see them doing a metal coat change for Melton in Winds and Waves. My bigger issue with Let's Go is or the bigger thing is, because I don't think Home can do it, is they need a way to transfer back down generations, so that way you can get Mew registered in Let's Go Pikachu. Oh, it is just a shiny for the Pokedex. I thought it was dependent on whether you did a regular dex or a shiny dex on those rewards. Okay. I never looked into the home rewards, partially because for big storage purposes, you have to pay for home, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to subscribe for Pokemon storage. Yeah, honestly, there's two things I really wish the Pokemon Company would do. It'd be nice if they do the transfer or the back transfer, so you can get, it's like, oh, I got Mew in, because you can get Mew in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl just for having Let's Go. So being able to transfer that Mew into Let's Go would be nice. Similarly, and I hope they're actually working on it. I know, again, it's the transfer things that's the biggest problem for it. It would be nice for them to just do a compilation on the Switch, like Capcom has done for Mega Man. That's just, here's all the previous, all the pre-Switch gen games on here, and in a form that is compatible with Home for transferring and what have you as well. So you could feasibly start a game in blue or red and like actually work your way through and have a transfer through the whole way kind of thing. Because I know there's people out there who would love to be able to do that. All right, but that's this one done. That one's done. We got Purloin and Yamper working on there. Catch all our Oddishes. No, we need to catch one more Oddish. 2 more Oddishes, excuse me. I need 4 Oddishes for this. Probably should have healed Urshifu. Oh well. I haven't even, and you know, I played through ZA. I got the 3 previous Mega Evolutions. I haven't looked to see if Season 4 is there, just to see what that Mega Evolution is. Honestly, that is the one thing ZA kind of annoys me on, is that they're requiring, like, if you want to get all the Mega Evolution stuff, they're locking some of it behind doing the ranked battles. It's not hard. I will at least give them the credit that, you know, it doesn't take a lot of work to do it, so they thought about that side, but it's just the fact that it's like, here, if you want to do this, you're gonna have to do online play against people. And if you don't do that online play, then you're not getting these. You're not gonna get these items. It's weird that for, you know, a company that's willing to do some things in a seemingly good way, they'll then turn around and do shit like that. There goes my Urshifu. That's fine though. We don't have to attack anymore. Great Ball should catch this now. Yeah, ZA's, like I said, ZA's not a bad game. I still got a lot of hunts to do if I really want to get a lot of things in there too. I've done the DLC. I've done not all, but a decent amount of the side quests, I think. But yeah, I needed to take a break from it, and the hiding mega stuff behind the online play just sours a portion of the game for me. Yeah. I mean, I give it more credit than a lot of people did. Some people, there's a few things about the game that you have to take into account a couple of things on. I know people fault it for the flat walls, but it's not using the same engine that like Scarlet and Violet and this are. It's using the engine, the Legends engine that they did for Arceus, which was not designed to handle a big city kind of thing. I'm sure they'll bring some stuff in that'll make it better. I just hope, there's a lot they can do with the Mega Dimensions that I really hope they pull into to make that game better. It just, again, it's kind of lacking content right now. But it's got a lot of solid stuff. The fact that they were like, here's this game that's built on our Legends engine, which is built for outside, and then we're gonna put it in city and forget to remove the sneaking aspect. So sure, you can duck and you can sneak, but with not a lot of stuff to hide behind. That was honestly my complaint for the Mega Dimensions. It's like, go into this dimension. One of the missions is catch 10 Pokemon without being seen. That's hard to do in a bit when between me and the group, 10 of that Pokemon that are all looking in all directions, there is nothing to hide behind. And sure, you can luck out and get a few by rushing in, and you can luck out and get a few by like getting above and kind of dropping into range and quickly throwing. You still end up with them noticing you, so you don't end up with the full set that you could have gotten otherwise. I need Badoo. I never caught a Badoo in this. Cause I should. That's 60. Or. Yeah, 59, 60, and 61. I don't have. Okay. But I at least like the idea of making the donuts and going into those little Mega Dimension things was neat. Honestly, I really wish they had said like there's definitely more they could have done with the Mega Dimensions, and it would have been. Well, they did put a lot. I understand they didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket of, like, here's the Mega Dimension, and we're going to put all of the different Mega Evos there. I like that they split it up between the two. I don't like PvP. I don't like being forced to do PvP if I want to get something. And then see, that's my wonder if they're gonna be if you bought like the Mega Dimensions DLC, if it's gonna be like a seasons pass thing where maybe there isn't there isn't like a full-on different DLC, but they'll do like, okay, we've done this, now, here's, more, a new stuff of dimensions, that you can do. That's an extra story that they'll release later that's just part of the Mega Dimensions thing. I can understand why people are expecting a second DLC. Every game that's had DLC when it comes to Pokemon has had 2. So them doing a second DLC, I can see why everybody would be like, yeah, there's going to be a second one. There has to be. Yeah, I understand that completely. Not so much the Stone. I don't smoke. But, I understand. I have friends who do it. I understand the appeal of just chill like that. And yeah, that's why I kind of as I shifted to making Pokemon my Saturday, Sunday, my weekend game, is because this is just a nice, chill thing to do. Just running around, catching Pokemon. That's why I don't want, like, that aspect of ZA. I want to be able to just relax, do stupid things, catching Pokemon. And yeah, eventually it is going to be catching the rare colored versions, which I know is going to take a lot more. But again, spending an entire day hunting a bunch of one Pokemon till I've caught one that's a different color from the rest doesn't seem like a bad stream. Yeah, and that's going to be my thought of, like, they might update, add more rifts. And I could also see them, again, part of Mega Dimensions, doing, hey, the rifts have started to spread outside the city. So, you know, come in to these rifts and go and, you know, see whole new areas. Or even, I know this isn't in the same vein, but since you mentioned, Dialga and Palkia, play off the idea of it being the two of them. And it's like, here's these rifts, and they'll be linked to Palkia and Dialga, and like the Palkia, since the Dialga is if I think Palkia is space, so you know there'll be space rifts and time rifts. So some of them will put you into other areas of the Kanto region, and some of them will like bring you play around with time to where you're in like the area of Lumios before Lumios was built up back the 3,000 years or whatever, when AZ AZ was building the tower, and do play around with that and the Pokemon and give us variants with that as well. Yeah, that's definitely going to take a while. Oof. Yeah, there's well, that's hunting actually. I mean, I was about to say, but no, that's the whole point of this game. That's all that's what the hunting is in this, is taking that time and doing all that hunting. Of course, there's a lot of games I would love to see them do some differences in. Not just Pokemon. I've told friends, and I actually want to make a TikTok specifically stating this. I think Activision, and now Xbox, because they own Activision, should separate everything out on Call of Duty. They've already got the Call of Duty launcher for the different games. Stop doing a yearly release on Call of Duty that is campaign multiplayer zombies. Stop that. You've already separated out Warzone as its own thing. Make Call of Duty multiplayer a free-to-play thing, and make zombies a free-to-play thing. Do a every couple of years release of a campaign, unless you can actually put more of a dedicated team on them. Like, do like every 2-3 years, here's, you know, the new Call of Duty with its campaign, and you can do like here's the campaign, and then 2 years where here's DLC to add campaigns to it, and those tie to those tied to the season pass, and then you have the multiplayer with maps that tie to the season pass, and zombies have maps tied to the season pass. So you incentivize people to buy the season passes to get the different maps and stuff like that. But they get that way, you know, people who want to do these other things, they don't have to pay for the game. They don't have to pay for the campaign if they don't care about the campaign, and they don't have to download the other things. If you only care about regular multiplayer and Warzone, I mean, you don't have to download these things as it is anyway. Now the way it is, but they already separate them for download. Just separate them out as their own thing. Let people choose. Let them free to play different things, and if they want the campaign, that'll be the big thing they have to spend on. Or if you still want to do a yearly release of a game, fine, do a campaign yearly release and be like, here, you buy the main campaign, we give you the first season of this year for free, and the other seasons you have to pay separately or something. There's a lot of things they could do. But I think they're partially just too worried that changing things is gonna... Yeah, that would be right around the time of the original Modern Warfare game. So yeah, that was... The original Modern Warfare was the height of Call of Duty, and they have just fallen to shreds since. But, like, I have the hope that Microsoft can bring Activision back to the good old days. Huh. But that's... Microsoft is, like... They're a wild card in any of that, because, they're obviously still a corporation that wants to make money, but Phil Spencer, as long as he's still a part of it, has been much more about, like, I want to advance... Yeah, Call of Duty 4 and Black Ops 3 were sort of peak there. But, like, Phil Spencer's always been the, I want to advance... I want things for gamers. I don't want things for corporate. Like, he's been much more on the side of gaming than making money. With the assumption that, hey, if things are beneficial to gamers, then gamers are gonna buy them. But yeah, a lot of people for Call of Duty Golden Era, it's, yeah, the early Black Ops. Only reason Black Ops 3 gets included, I think, for most people in peak for Call of Duty isn't Black Ops 3 itself. Yeah, it's the zombies, and specifically the Zombie Chronicles and everything there. In fact, I don't have it on PC, but I wishlisted it, the Steam version of that, to keep an eye for when it goes on sale, to get it just for the Zombie Chronicles pack and all of the modded zombies that's on PC. And I'll give, like I said, the Modern Warfare, the newer Modern Warfare zombies was a neat idea. Being like, hey, here's Warzone, but zombies. And not quite as, aggressive, because it's not, it's drop in, drop out, but you're not fighting each other for anything. Or not really fighting each other for everything. You're fighting the zombies in the different zones. So you just take the big map and make it a zombies thing. That wasn't a bad idea. The reason I like the idea of them separating Yeah, it's not the main game portions of the game haven't. I will say what they did for zombies, at least with Black Ops 6 as the start, and 7 is one of those it'll be interesting to see, where they added in the like directed mode and stuff like that. That's huge. And that's why I kind of want them to separate zombies out from Call of Duty, take the directed mode and all of that stuff and be like, hey, we have this new-ish version of zombies with its different modes that you can play through. Let's keep with the story that we're trying to tell and do new maps there, but let's also sort of Zombie Chronicles this and start bringing back the old maps so we can have this free-to-play zombies mode that has the whole zombie story available to people in a way that you can do this dedicated mode to know how to get through the story Easter eggs that is the whole story of the Zombies Chronicles. Well, it's not. Well, the new stuff is I haven't played fully the new stuff. I know they're going back to some of that because in Black Ops 7 we're back into the Dark Ether, and at the end of 6 they did bring back Richtofen and all of them into zombies. Like the actual original crew. So that's why like 6 and 7, Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 are where I'm looking. Since Cold Wars, the other stuff were neat ideas, but not great. It's specifically Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 and what they've been doing. Yeah, I guess I can understand the add-ons thing. Like, all the extra stuff that got added there is a little much. It's not the worst thing, though. It's Warzone stuff. So, if you're a fan of, like, Warzone at all, it kind of fits in as much. Yeah. The salvage system doesn't bother me that much. And they're not gonna to go back on that stuff. That stuff is there. I just like it's more of, I like the idea of having the ability to play everything. Since they can do the separate systems, this is the system we've got right now for zombies. It's better than the Modern Warfare, the 2019 Modern Warfares with with the big map. Like, it was a neat idea. There's a reason they only did it for those 2 games. So it is better than that, and they're not gonna revert back further. But if we could have a space that's easier for people to access, it wouldn't be bad. Yeah, no, the salvaging to level up the guns, as well as the Pack-a-Punch levels. It's not it's not the worst thing. It's the unfortunate nature that they've done, because of what they've done with Warzone, and they've incorporated it into everything else now. You have this rarity system built into the guns that they just feel they have to incorporate everywhere. It's going to be incorporated no matter what. And at least they do the salvage system so you can run in with a gun that's going to start common rarity and level it up. I'd rather they at least had a system to level it up like that. Then leave it alone. And like I said, my biggest thing isn't even the system, it's the directed mode. Because it can be hard, especially if you don't have friends or don't to play with regularly who aren't going to play the game. or more so, um, you're not willing to look online. You want to try to find, at least know some of the stuff yourself, and you don't want to be sitting there pausing and try to find, because it's hard to pause a zombies mode to find different Easter eggs. You don't want to do the research to learn all that stuff on your own. Um, the directed mode being, here's how to get through the story, and capping the round. So that's why it's like, it's round 2, and it won't go past round 2 until you open this door, and then it'll go up to round 4. And it won't go past round 4 until you do this. So you can kind of farm the zombies a bit for the resources to upgrade, uh, to make it easier to get further and further and be able to do it, because it caps at like, I think all of them cap at 15, till you beat the boss, and then and then it's done. You finish the story. Makes seeing the story and seeing that stuff a lot better. And once you know the story and you know how to do that, then it's a little easier, because you've done it a few times. Especially if you do it a few times, to then go in to the standard mode. It's like, I know what the story is. Let me now look around for the other random crap. And see there. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they did like step it out with this, if they'd be willing to do like a third just Easter egg hunt mode that you could not be directed to where any of the Easter eggs are, but they limit the round based off of the Easter eggs you found. To be an interesting idea. It's just like, oh, you found, even if it's not the story Easter egg, you found just the Easter egg, an Easter egg that gives you this perk. Well, now we've upped the round cap by 1. Be stuff they can do, but I actually am past due. I need to take a little bit of a break to run ads, so give me a few minutes to run those. I do appreciate staying and letting them run because it helps me out. And I'll be back in a few minutes. We can continue talking and hunting for Pokemon. So, see you guys in just a little bit. All right, I am back. So let's get to this. Continue freaking hunting this Badoo. Don't need you, Meowth. I need Badoo. Actually, I might need Meowth too, but right now I'm looking for Badoo. Oh. I think I may have to... I need a cough drop. All that talking definitely... Oh, well, that doesn't help, and I don't... I don't feel like looking up what the curry method is right now. That's most of the weather conditions. Let's go check the Dappled Grove. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm checking, supposedly over here in the Dappled Grove, there should also be a chance at, well, I didn't expect Lotads to be here. Badoo being here, I was like, maybe I'll have a higher chance of getting him here. But yeah, I was gonna say on the different games. Zombies was the only thing I really cared about Call of Duty. That's why just the idea of them separating them out, I think might be good for Call of Duty. Yeah, I know you mentioned playing Battlefield. I do like Battlefield 6. I think they did a great job with the game. I need to check and see, because I didn't play it much when I got it. And I need to see if the bot mode has been... I know they played around with sort of setting up the bot mode more so it was more available. Because my only problem that I ever had with Battlefield was sort of the same reason I didn't like multiplayer in the older Call of Duties either. Unless you were going to be, like, online all the time, super sweaty playing the game, it was very easy to get left behind with attachments and stuff, and that's the sort of the problem that I still have with that game, is that the attachments, well, they don't make well, you know, there is a bit of a whole skill side to it as well. If you're going up against somebody equal skill to you, even a little lower skill to you, that has just been playing the game more and unlocked more more attachments for a gun, and you're both using the same gun, chances are the guy with the better attachments is going to win the fight. And that was the thing, like, when I got into Battlefield with 2042. I didn't mind it so much because it's like, hey, I want to play this gun. So I'm going to go into the solo / co-op against bots. And yeah. Well, yeah, that is a big thing of it too. Engineer is huge for it, but it's the... that still only gives you so much. The game, you have to use the guns to make the guns better. And that's the problem. But 2042 wasn't so bad, because by the time I got into it, they had opened up the bot for infinite use play. And since you could go in and actually level up your guns in the bot lobbies, didn't matter. And in this one, they have... in 6, they have bot lobbies, but at launch, they were only available up until, like, 30. But yeah, getting rid of the tanks and stuff is, again, well worth it. I know they were setting stuff up. I need to see if the bot lobbies are... I think they opened them up more. So you can kind of grind a gun in a bot lobby and get a bunch of attachments, which that's what Battlefield did better than Call of Duty. Call of Duty's grind being limited to the multiplayer. Though, actually, I can't say that, because even Call of Duty finally realized and updated their grind to the other modes. Sniping's fun, but 6's maps are weird for sniping. Like, you can do it, and it is getting better, but it's not the same as, like, there's only a couple of maps where it's the same as 2042, where it's not just sniping, but it's long range. I'm gonna get you 500, 400 or 500 meters away, plus kind of thing. This, you're lucky to have gunfights be over 200 meters for sniping even. And from what friends of mine have been saying, the gun balancing on all of it is weird. And it's like, I'm playing this game and I'm using, you know, a machine gun, you know, a full-on LMG, and that should pack a wallop and kill you and take you out, and somebody with an SMG is killing you faster. And at a further range, like they're hitting you harder and from farther away than like an LMG can. It's all just weird. But I can't say against sweaty games because, well, in all honesty, I play Siege with friends, and shooting games don't get any sweatier than Rainbow Six Siege. Though we don't play that much anymore, and it's, from what I understand, it is a dying game. Especially because the few times we've tried to play recently, we've been getting a bit annoyed because, you know, in Siege, my favorite game mode is secure. And you can't really get that anymore. It's basically you're going to be playing bomb or you're not going to be playing at all. So while we still play it on occasion, we don't play it as often, and we've been also going back to PUBG. And PUBG is one of my most favorite battle royales ever. The way that one is, I've always enjoyed it, and like I never really played Fortnite. I know it's better now than it was for some aspects, but yeah, that's sort of the same. I am well past having been able to, you know, past prime for really competitive. I mean, I can still play decently as well, but I will swing wildly on my games. To where I will have great matches and do awesome one time, and then the next one I can't hit the broadside of a barn, it seems. And which is honestly the only reason I don't stream. Like, I enjoy PUBG. I'm not going to stream it. I enjoy Battlefield. I'm probably not going to stream it. I streamed going through Destiny 2's latest season, or latest story. Yeah, the Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters are going to be huge. There's a small part of me that hopes there's a part of me that wonders, since they are remasters, if they're going to, like, I don't want the building side of 4. I think that is unnecessary in 3. But there is a part of me that's wondering if they will at least be like, hey, we did actual gunplay in 4. 3 and New Vegas will have actual gunplay, and that system closer to what 4 did. We're not gonna go back to, I can shove a shotgun in your face, have a, you know, 99% chance of hitting you and still miss. Because you rolled poorly on your die. Like, I think that's the one thing that could kill the Fallout remasters for people, is if they went back to that die system. Dude just does not want to show up. Yeah, that's sort of the thought, is that it's going to be a shadow drop. Apparently on some website, somebody caught a countdown timer as well. That's sort of the thought of when the shadow drop will be. This is like old school Pokemon hunting. Running into random Pokemon until you find the right one. Yeah. I think people are assuming it's the shadow drop because it's Bethesda, and that's sort of the kind of thing they would do. No, I didn't mean to fight you, damn it. Especially not with False Swipe. No, screw it, might as well finish you off now. It's still Todd Howard. Old Bethesda, new Bethesda, it's still Todd Howard. I wouldn't put it past him to do it. Just like I won't put it past him, after all these are done, that whenever the next generation consoles come out, to release bundle collections for those remasters. So you'll have the remasters on the Series X and S and everything, but you'll have a bundle for whatever the next Xbox and the PlayStation 6. As well as you'll have, probably for the PS6 and whatever the next box is, a Skyrim Oblivion remaster bundle come out. Because we can't not, even though the old games will work on it, we have to re-release the game in some slightly updated version on the new console, or as some bundle with whatever little upgrade they can justify. Because, you know, we can't go a generation without re-releasing Skyrim. Actually, I can see the Fallout bundle being a full-on Fallout bundle, so it'd be 3, New Vegas, and 4. So you're telling me that violence will occur, because I will not be surprised if we get another Skyrim remaster re-release before we get Elder Scrolls 6. The question is, will we get another Skyrim remaster before GTA 6? Because while GTA 6 is supposed to come out this year, I don't put it past Rockstar to, you know, push it back till 2027. But I don't, on that side of things, I don't fault companies for pushing games back. I'd rather them push a game back to fix any bug issues than release a buggy, broken game. And, well, GameStop's dead, so it doesn't matter, or dying at this point, so I'm not as worried about pre-order stuff, but well, I'd say GTA 6 might come out, it will probably come out on PC at the same time as console, but like a few other games, unless you got a big beefy PC, you're gonna have to wait until it's updated and fixed for PC before playing it. Hell, even if you've got a big beefy PC, you might have to wait until it's fixed for console or for PC before playing it. Unless you're willing to shell out for who knows what upgrades. Because while graphics cards are finally getting better, you're not going to be able to find a 50 series NVIDIA or a whatever the newer AMDs are. Because all those... the RAM that goes into those is getting shipped off for AI. They might have. I don't know. I didn't look into it. I understand why GTA is a big game. It's never been one that I've enjoyed playing. So I haven't really been paying too huge attention to what they've been saying about the releases. Honestly, that's two things, but yeah, there's two things on when it comes to the gaming side of games that are yet to come out that I blame both company and consumer for on it. So one is the announcements, because Elder Scrolls 6 got announced before the Xbox One was well, the One S and the One X. Like, I think the Xbox One was out, but the S and the X weren't yet. I don't think they were even announced. And Elder Scrolls 6 sort of got announced. And it's been in work for so long. And part of why that happens, while some of it is on the corporate side, is people data mining. That doesn't surprise me. Honestly, I'd rather they did that. I'm fine with them releasing it later on PC than on console to optimize it better on PC so that we don't have like an what was it, Arkham Knight that was completely unplayable on PC when it launched. And, you know, similar games like that. But yeah, it's like you have this combination of corporations announcing games way too early, but they do it partially because people data mine. And like GTA 6. It's only been announced, it was announced a few years ago, but people knew they were working on it well beforehand, because back when they were working on Red Dead 2 still, people were looking at the job listings and looking at different things and seeing stuff that was like, oh, with just a little bit of data mining and information gathering, this job isn't about Red Dead, this is about GTA 6. So they must be working on GTA 6. And it's like, well, duh, they're working on GTA 6. But people doing that and then pestering the company and different things, it forces companies to announce a game way too early. And it's like, cool, GTA 6 has been announced. No idea when it's coming out. And you then end up with, like, the hype that it got announced. That then kind of dies down. And then something new that gets announced about it. That maybe picks hype up a bit, and then it dies down. And then eventually you get to a point where it's like, oh, we found out something new about GTA 6. Cool. And you can't build hype up on a game anymore, and hype is part of what sells a game at launch. Like, the only thing that might build it up is dependent on when they get the announcement, but it's like, Elder Scrolls 6 got announced over a decade ago. They've been working on it for so long, but they've also been putting it on the back burner for other stuff, that even if they, at this point, I think even if they actually announced it officially coming out, its official release date as this year, while it would build up some hype, not the same as if it had been, if the initial announcement wasn't so far. I don't blame Starfield. I don't blame the idea of Starfield. While Starfield is still along the same lines as those games, it's a new setting that they wanted to do, that needed to happen for them. Companies need to have a chance to do new settings with new mechanics and ideas to try stuff and see if they work, because if you're doing nothing but... part of the problem with Call of Duty, if you're stuck doing the same game year after year after year after year, it's just gonna get worse and worse. Developers need a chance to stretch their legs and do something at least semi-different from what they normally do. So Starfield, to me, while it didn't work out great, it's fine. They were testing something, and they were doing something a little different to try something and get their minds out of the post-apocalyptic games that are Fallout and the fantasy realm games that are Elder Scrolls into a futuristic setting that let them be different and creative in some ways. And that's fine. More companies need to be willing to step outside of the box, whether the game succeeds or not, just to stretch their creativity onto something else, so that when they come back to their other thing, it's back and fresh to them, and they can kind of come to it with a new vigor. The biggest thing that, for me, companies need to stop doing is, I don't mind you doing pre-orders, but executives look at pre-orders as signs of whether or not a game is going to succeed or fail. So when they push a game back and you lose pre-orders, that forces them to release the game too early. Yeah, it didn't land. It wasn't quite, the game that it could have been. But it needed to happen, honestly. I don't think it was as much of a pushback as a lot of people want to think it is for other games. So, I went to Full Sail for game design and development. And one of the things about coding, and specifically, like, looking at the same set of code over and over and that kind of stuff, when you're stuck on the same thing, and you can't figure out what changes and stuff need to be done, you need to step away from that project for a bit. You need to do something else. That's what Starfield was. It wasn't necessarily this is going to be a big thing we're going to do, but it was just a chance for them to do something different, so that when they came back to Elder Scrolls 6, which is probably built on the Skyrim engine, or if it's not, there's a lot of probably stuff initially from Skyrim that is in there. It gives them a renewed look at stuff to see something they may have missed before to make that game better. And it's like anything else. whatever you're doing, if you are doing the same thing over and over and over again, you eventually need to stop and do something else before you either start making mistakes because you're just in a flow, in a rut, doing the same thing over and over, and you're just not paying as much attention, or you're just getting sick of it and you're slowing down because I don't want to. I'm tired of looking the same stuff. I'm tired of doing the same thing. Just tired. So, for all the faults it has, and yes, we can look at the game and know that it was not a good launch, it is something that can hopefully make the future stuff that they're working on better. Because chances are they were working on some of these remasters too, during the time of Starfield. Which pushes that monotony even further, because it's not even, here's, Elder Scrolls 6, it's like, I've made Skyrim 5 times, I need to do something different. It's the same reason I don't stream the same, like, I give props to streamers that can play the same game for several hours a day, every day, over and over and over for years. I can't. There's no game that I could sit there and put that much time into, like that. Like, even Destiny, I've put close to 2,000 hours probably into Destiny 2 between different consoles, since I've switched from console to PC for a lot of my gaming. And I still enjoy the game, but I couldn't stream it, and I'm not playing it, every day. I play other games, because it's too much. I can go back and play old games. I've been, recently I've been doing, Kingdom Hearts 2, but I've been doing those I've been doing randomized runs of Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Mix. So, while it's the same game, it's also not the same game, because there's random, the items and stuff are randomized, and you go through it in a different way every time. So that's not so bad to do, but I couldn't do nothing but that game. I couldn't do nothing but Final Fantasy. I enjoy the Final Fantasy games. I love that series, but there isn't a Final Fantasy game that I could play nonstop for a year on stream. And like I said, everything is like that. There's a reason why, basically starting with millennials more, though it was more than just the base thing. Like, the older generations, when it came to jobs, it wasn't so bad because growth within companies, while it wasn't a guarantee, it was a good possibility. You could start a company from the bottom and work your way up into high management with promotions every few years, and it wasn't a big thing. Starting with millennials, good luck with that. That's why you started to see, at that time, a lot of people working for a company for maybe a year or two and then switching jobs. Because, hey, I'm stuck in this position with no sign of potential growth, and I've been here for 2 years. And every time I ask about a promotion or this or that, you're not giving it to me. Well, guess what? This other company is willing to give me a position that is that step higher. So I've got different responsibilities beyond what I normally do. I get to learn and grow, and I get better pay, and you're not willing to give me that, so I'm gonna move. It's why that's a thing. It's the same as everything else. Humans cannot just sit there and do the same thing over and over for a largely extended time. They need to diversify. They need to be able to grow. And unfortunately, that's like, honestly, Activision's biggest fault is just that. And it's not even just that. They sucked the life out of so many people, I am sure, because they had all of these subsidiaries. And slowly but surely, all of them just became part of the Call of Duty machine. Like, I'm hoping we'll get good stuff out of it. Activision bought Toys for Bob and let them. It's like, here's this little studio, Toys for Bob. Started working on Crash Bandicoot and Spyro games. And the Spyro remaster and the Crash Bandicoot remaster did great. So they did a new Crash game. It didn't do so hot. So what did Activision do? All right, you're done with that. You're done with that stuff. You made a game that didn't succeed. So now you're going to be working on the multiplayer for Call of Duty. Guaranteed not a single person that applied and started to work for Toys for Bob expected to be working on Call of Duty. And I'm sure most of them, it's like, well, it's a paycheck. They kept doing it, but eventually, again, they either left or whatever, and it's the same thing. Like, I worked at GameStop for 8 years. I climbed up. I started as a seasonal hire. Got in as a GA, fairly quickly became an SGA, and I stayed at SGA for a while. But eventually I did get the opportunity for ASL, and I even became a store leader, though I stepped back from that. Oh yeah, that doesn't help either, the pushback on retirement. Though, here's the thing about retirement to understand. Retirement age... The retirement age only affects you if you need to live off of Social Security. If you get high enough and get the right kind of job and can put the money into savings to where you don't need the big Social Security check to help you live the rest of your life, the retirement doesn't matter because you're not dealing with that. Retirement age is only about Social Security. And part of why it's getting pushed back is because people are living longer, so older generations that were able to retire earlier are using up more Social Security money. And then the government is also stealing Social Security money. And yeah, so much. That is a whole side of things that not worth talking about, because I'm sure I will either piss somebody off or whatever in the VOD if they ever see this in the VOD. Because economics is a wild and crazy thing. And there is so much behind all of it. And so much behind the different levels that... the different classes, because let's face it, we may not say we have a class system, but there's a class system. And they've slowly been deleting the middle class. That's part of it. because yeah, that's always been a thing when it comes to jobs, is that, yeah, as people have been living longer and they've been getting those positions, you've got these positions that aren't being vacated. And honestly, people that are past the age of retirement, but they're in a cushy job that pays them well, and they don't have to work that much, so they sit in that nice cushy job that pays them well. But my bigger thing is just, in general, there's a side of potentially letting the government step in on wage control that I know people don't like it, but it may be one of the only way to save the people at the bottom. Like, if you are in the bottom rungs, the gap between what, you know, the people at the bottom and the people are at the top are getting paid has just been increasing more and more. And that's the biggest, honestly, to me, feels like the biggest issue. Is, yeah, the people at the top giving themselves bigger and bigger raises while ignoring the people at the bottom that are why they're able, in a lot of cases, why they're able to get those, give themselves those raises. And not realizing that in a lot of cases, the other side to that I should say is that a lot of them don't realize that if you actually did these raises that the states are now forcing a little bit more sooner on your own, the people at the bottom wouldn't be leaving jobs. They wouldn't be as upset about staying at certain positions, and they'd be much more willing to Hold on. So, higher up. Huh. That's a weird... I have a friend who's in the military and not just, like, I guess sort of dealing with a level, but but I'm like, if I'm understanding you correctly, so like, if a higher up retires and leaves, so it's like someone from the rank below them, one of them gets promoted, and another person of that slightly lower rank effectively gets fired just because somebody retired, or gets forced to retire, I guess. And that happens down the ranks when one person... That seems odd that they would do that. Like, that doesn't help anyone. Ah, okay, now I understand. I understand that. I didn't know there was a level of like, you get two strikes and you're out kind of thing on promotions at a level. Maybe that may depend on what branch of the military you're in, but I don't know for certain. That's something, again, I have a friend who's currently dealing with stuff that I don't know if that's true or not. I guess it would depend on... Because I know once you serve, you can renew your contract. I guess it would depend on how that contract is worded when you renew. But government stuff is all weird like that. And I mean, that also... There's a part of that also sounds weird to me, because it's like... Why, like, only looking at 2 people potentially for a promotion at a rank level, depending on the rank, doesn't... Well, I guess no, because, yeah, as you go down, yeah, there's less people at certain ranks, so high rank goes, there's only a few people there, so you're only going to look at a couple of them for promotion, and then when the 2 get pushed out there, you've now got 2 there, so you're looking at twice as many in the next rank. Okay, I guess I can see sort of how that okays some of it, but it's still not great. It shouldn't be 2 strikes and you're out, but that's again. That's government. Oh, I guess that also... Yeah, because you're talking E16-9. I guess that also depends on... what rank you're at. Because there may be a... bottom level where they don't do that, because... that it would start to be a much bigger issue. I can see that there being a floor that anything below that floor doesn't have that. Honestly, though, I will say this, though. There's a part of me that thinks we should incorporate a portion of that into proper politics. In that you get 2 failed elections. If you fail to secure the votes to be voted into a certain office twice, you should no longer be allowed to run for that office. And it's not like in between. It's like, okay, you've been a senator and then you fail one Senate vote and then you succeed in the next one and then you fail. No, once you fail that second one, whether you've succeeded in between there, that's it. You can no longer be a senator anymore. Like, we need to find ways to put restrictions on career politicians being career politicians. That's, again, politics is a conversation that really I shouldn't be getting into. That is a whole mess. And yeah, I can understand, yeah, well, it's like anything. If you've been at a position for 7 to 8 years and not been promoted, that's anything where there's probably a reason. And admittedly, it could be 2 things. It could be... Well, it could be... You don't deserve the promotion. In some cases, there's a level of, like, I'm comfortable here. I don't want more responsibility, and I'm getting paid enough here that I don't want to move up. Like, I'm doing good enough here that I am not wanting to try. And that can just as much be how some of those things go as it is them just not being somebody who deserves it. But in the same case, that's kind of works both ways, because it's like, if I'm comfortable here and I don't want to go higher, I'm not necessarily going to do the level of job that's going to make them want to put me up higher. So that works both ways on that too. The problem is when it becomes if you're not, it becomes the point of, if you're not going to hire, if we're not going to promote you, we're not going to keep you at this level. You need to show that you're trying to improve, or you're gone. That's when it becomes a problem for those people. One more freaking Badoo, so we can get the third evolution when we need to. Because I don't feel, I'd rather evolve them than try to hunt each one down. But I think we may have to take our final break before we get to that Badoo. Yeah, because it's 4:30 now. Screw it. I'm going to pause it. We're going to take our last quick break here. Again, just a few minutes for the ads. And when I come back, we'll continue the Badoo hunt. So give me just a few moments. It'll be right back. All right, I am back. So, let's get back to this Badoo hunt. Hey, thanks for the follow, Goon GS. Um, JS, not G. I was blind there for a second. Um, I was gonna say, that thing you said basically right as I kind of took the break there about the guy that got fired. Yeah, that was an effort. Not just so much he got fired for anything other than probably they saw the kind of jackass he was, and so he got fired because he deserved it. And that happens. But like I said, there's also people who just, they're great at their job at that position and they don't want to do anything different. While most people do, so there's some people that get set in a setup and they just like, I'm done. I'm happy here. I don't want to go any further. I've seen the bullshit the higher-ups deal with, and I don't want to deal with it. And yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, there's a lot of... That's what I figured is that people... Sometimes it's... Yeah, they get rid of somebody for no reason other than... They're a jackass that needs to be gotten rid of. And that happens everywhere, too. But that is dependent on, even that is dependent on the company. Because sometimes jackasses get to stay in positions because higher-ups don't see it, nobody reports it, and they do good work. So it's like, why am I gonna fire this person when instead, when they're doing a good job and everything seems to be fine? Or even if they are an asshat, the person above them is just as bad, so they don't see it or are perfectly fine with it. And you get this kind of chain level where these, until one link is broken, it just stays there. Finally got our Badoos. And now... Yeah, we're still working on Corvus Squire. Still working on the Unpheasant. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, within the military, I would 100% figure that would be different. On Purloin, working on Yamper. When I level one of them up, I will have to look for Stomp. Those. So next is Wingull. And looks like, oh, they should be generally easy to find. With East Lake Axwell being one of the easiest places. Alright. I need to leave here. Yeah, and that's what I understand. That's like, there's a level of that. It's like, hey, you do good work, you just don't have the knowledge to go up a rank. Yeah, that would be my thought, is that more than likely anybody who is getting getting forced out, they know it's coming, unless they're like that one guy. You know, the ones that typically don't see it coming are the ones who are jackasses. And don't see and specifically don't see a problem with the way they're treating people. So why should they be fired? They're doing a great job in their own eyes. Furling done. Alright. No, right here, but I need to right bumper. Alright. You over here. You go into your spot there. There we go. Now to find another Wingull. Oh, I see you. You tried to disappear on me. Oh. Yeah, I like for me. Oh, well, what's this? 20 day. Yeah. Yeah, that's that level of, oh. Yeah, you have no reason to care, because this isn't going to mean anything for you. Yeah, that very much sounds like the government. Yeah. Cause it's like, wait, you're leaving, and why were you even at this test? Like, I'm sure there was that level of someone going, why was he at the test if he was going to be leaving in 20 days? He was probably forced to take it. Why was he forced to take it? Or why were, you know, just that level of why. Why are you going to be forced to do this thing that you are no way going to benefit from? Other than it's the military, and what else are we going to do? But make you waste waste some of your time off. Oh. Well, these were at least a little bit more visible there. Yeah, they're 10%. Okay. Well, should have been catching these while I was there, but alright. Back to Route 4. But this time for Joltik. Should heal first, though. Yeah, I ended up, like I said, I worked at GameStop for about 8 years. And near the end, the general job was not an issue. Like, dealing with the customers, doing the retail stuff, being the assistant store leader, I was fine with most of that. I mean, there was paperwork side of stuff that I didn't enjoy doing, but for the most part, that wasn't my problem. Um, in that 8 years, they had already started a big level of the store closings, because this was 2 years ago that I left. So there was a bit of the here's a bunch of store closings that was happening around that time, and they were doing other stuff that you can see if you go there. I freaking really brick break then. I would say good luck on that with GameStop. They're again closing a bunch of stores. If it isn't holiday time, chance of getting initial hire is probably slim. Unless you know somebody that works at a store. But it's one of those things that you can, if you have multiple stores in your area, or close enough to you that you go between, there's a couple of things you might see that is part of why I was not happy, and decided to leave. So there's been a bit of restructuring, obviously. There's in the 8 years I was there, they did 2 like corporate restructures where they fired and slimmed down district, or changed districts. So it's like, instead of a region having 12 districts, they might have slimmed it down to like 10 or 8, and then they slimmed other positions because of that. But after COVID, they also, and this is I think in most retail stores, this is a horrible idea. They started to make store leaders run multiple stores. So unless you had like a high grossing store, we're talking like a multi-million-dollar store, you were gonna have to run 2 stores, and had not a forced schedule, but a like, it wasn't a you have to work these days. Well, depending on the district manager, I should say, because this is different. Some district managers are different. And there would be obviously certain points where it's like, oh, you have to work this setup. But a lot of it would be it was like, here it is. You've got 2 stores. You have to spend 2 days at this store and 3 days at the other. And the store that you're only spending 2 days at, that is the store that you have an assistant store leader at, who does more of the store leader work for you. And your main store, where you are there just 1 day longer, you don't get to have an assistant store leader. So you have to run 2 stores and do a lot of the work for both, the paperwork and stuff for both of them, without the full level of support at both stores that makes it feasible to do. It was just such a, like, I saw this, I'm like, this is so stupid. You want a store leader to run 2 stores, fine. Let them both have assistant store leaders, and let the store leader be more of a floater where they can go back and forth between the 2 stores to do the paperwork they need to and what have you. And if the store is suffering and needs them to step up there more and look at training and do stuff, they can spend more time there as needed, because it's like, well, this store doesn't need me. I can spend 1 day there just to get the paperwork done, and I can spend the other 4 days at this one and not be screwed out of that because you are requiring me to do it a different way. There was so much that at that time, I think some of it has changed, but even just the the fact that they were making 2 store leaders run 2 stores, I'm like, it's not going to be more than a few years before the majority of those are like, oh, you're one of the store leaders running 2 stores? Well, this one is either too close to another one or underperforming, so we're going to close that one, move people over, and you're only going to have 1 store to deal with now, and I'm pretty sure that's what has been happening in a lot of these big closures. It's store leaders with 2 stores that they're consolidating back down to 1. And it's like, and it's not going to be long until it's like, okay, that's happened, and now we're going to get rid of a bunch more store leaders to make you guys back to 2 stores and then consolidate down again. And it's just, it's ridiculous. It's a sign that GameStop is limping forward. At least that's what it feels like. It's not a bad company, and they're doing some good stuff. It's just probably corporate greed, like everything else, more that's really causing the problem. And it doesn't help that, you know, a lot of things have also been changing that makes GameStop obsolete. You know, I stopped working there and I've stopped buying. Like, I still have a preference for physical over digital versions of games when I'm buying games for consoles. But I just can't justify it anymore. It's not worth it in most cases. Outside of, like I said, I had the benefit because I had a bunch of games that I didn't care about anymore. And the older version of the Switch that I could go in, trade them all in, and get the Switch 2 that I have now. Which hence the connection like that. But I just... There's so many games now, especially because I'm buying more of my games on PC. Now that I'm not working at GameStop, that's like, well, PC doesn't do physical. If you're getting a game on PC, it's going to be a digital copy. But even on console, I'm like, I'd rather just buy the digital copy now. Yeah. Well, even on the Switch, I'm sort of that way with the Switch still. I kind of prefer, I think, to buy most of my games on the Switch physical because it makes sense on the Switch. That's the other side to it. It doesn't make sense to buy a game. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't make sense. It's not as important that you buy a game physical on an Xbox or a PlayStation as it is on the Switch. Depending on the game. Like, I'll probably never buy... I'll look at cases if I'm buying a game for the Switch. And if the game is a game key card where it's not installed on the cartridge, I have to download it on the Switch, then I'll just buy it digitally. Unless I can get it for sale. However, if the game is actually on the key card, then yeah, I'm going to buy the physical version because I'm rather save space on my console. The physical versions run just as well. But I used to buy physical copies of games for my Xbox and my PlayStation as well. And while there's a little bit of it was like a collector side of thing, it's just even the collector side of it just doesn't feel worth it anymore. And like the install, like I used to recommend people buying physical copies over digital, even on the console, just for the install side of it. Like, internet's not necessarily amazing for everybody, but when it used to be that you couldn't download the game until it launched, and it was either you'd buy a game digital and have to wait for the download, or you could get the physical copy. And on a lot of consoles, at least, the internet for them was like, well, you're gonna download it fairly slowly over the internet. If at least with the disc, you can increase the install speed, so you won't be waiting as long to play your game. But that hasn't even been the case on consoles for the last several years. Between the fact that you can now preload games, and that like the Xbox Series X and the PS5 have fairly beefy network cards that you're gonna get that solid download speed, especially if you've got like fiber-esque internet where you've got that 1 gig download speed. Yeah, you're gonna get the same kind of download on a console that you'll get on a PC with that now. So the 400 or 500 gigabyte or 400 or 500 megabyte download speed that I'm getting is faster than the disc install now. So everything is moving more and more towards digital, with physical really just being a collector's thing now, which is sad, honestly. And there's one side of that that I understand, because this is something I've talked with people about that some don't understand. In the fact that, like, so let's take the Diablo series here. Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, you could play single player, but you couldn't play offline. I've heard so many complaints about why are all these games online when they're single player, and blame Microsoft and Sony for that, because they charge companies for patches. It's like, if you want to do an update to a game, you have to pay Microsoft to host the patch on the Xbox. And same thing with PlayStation. You have to pay them to host the patch. So a lot of companies switched to online, where they could have a server where they could do server-side updates for a lot of stuff without it costing them anything. And that was a huge... That became a huge thing, and that's why you've got so many games that are online now. It's annoying, and I really wish it wasn't a thing, but again, it's what kind of happens with some of this stuff, unfortunately. Need another... No, not you. Why is it now that I'm looking for one that's an overworld here? He's not... There you are. Huh. Oh yeah, this was one that's gonna be next one's one that's gonna be annoying in this game. So I guess let's check one thing. Otherwise, I gotta check 3 areas and hope that it's nice and sunny there. Or well, I've got another fix I can do, I guess. So first step, let's I think I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna check this. Actually, no. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to. Oh, we'll see. There's the, am I gonna get screwed over for doing what I'm about to do, or will I be able to explore what I want to explore? That's what you say. What about you? Yep, nope, okay. So you cannot go back. Alright. Means... Screw it. I'm gonna go the easy route. Leave a Pokemon. Huh. Yeah, it was nice chatting to you too. I'll probably be gone. I get off at 5:30 my time zone, about half an hour. But outside of Mondays, I stream every day, 12:30 to 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. So always willing to enjoy talking with people. Hope to see you again sometime. Is that enough? Yes. I just wanted the egg. Yeah, you don't need to keep the Vulpix any longer. Alright. Let's get a younger one. Or lower level one. I don't feel like dealing with the high level Growliths. Okay, Bridgefield, Dappled Grove. We're gonna have to look at the details on this one to see where it is. Most likely. It's like West Lake. That's like 3, 3, and 3. Looks like it's basically anywhere as long as it's snowing there. It's gonna be annoying. I could have looked at that to see what the weather was like for... Oh, wow. Is... Get... Thank you. Oh. 3 ice cream cones. Oh. Alright, number 2 here. Damn it. Nope, that did do more than I wanted it to. Like, False Swipe didn't do that much, but I didn't expect there to be that much of a difference. Get out of my way, Sneasel. At least with these are another one that just level them up once and we're good. And yeah, we'll hit that point eventually where it's like, well, I'm not so worried about it because we'll be leveling up. Nice. There's our 3 vanilla ice, whatever. Yep, vanillite. Slippery Slope is in... Yeah, there's no variants. Slippery Slope is in Crown Tundra, isn't it? No, not. Or... That's no side. Oh, that's that section. Well, I mean, if I can get them easier here... Hey, look, the swine up that I was looking for first. Alright. Nice thing with this one is I can kind of get all 3 tiers without having to do the evolution stuff. Please don't one-shot. Damn it. Should have realized the crit it was going to, but it was better than trying Brick Break, which was super effective. And hey, there's another Evo done. Now let's give this other pile of swine. Damn it. I knew the super effective would up the damage. I didn't think the up damage from super effective, the up damage plus the super effective would be enough to one-shot it when the regular effective. Oh, they put stab 2. I forgot stab 2 when I was thinking about that. So it would have been more than. Yeah, that was 100% my mistake. Alright, well, at least that's page 1. All done. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20. Alright, let's try to get the Mamoswine here. It's the 3rd stage of the evolution. Hopefully it can survive a Brick Break. Nope. God damn it. Ooh. Sweet. Oh, that sucks. Okay, it wasn't so bad. There we go. Now we got the pile of swine. Oh, even the Yadishas, yeah, we just stopped them there because they're stone evolutions for the other two. Alright. Alright. Please catch him. Okay, good. Which actually now means we don't have to worry about Power Swine. He is, or that whole line is done. Alright, Route 8, you say? That means... yeah, page 1 is done. Page 2, I've got a few evolutions left. Oh, I need friendship on top of leveling. Oh, the Padoos are going to be annoying. Well, first thing we can do. There it is. Oh, Showbow. There it is. We have 2 of them. Good. Alright, so that's those 2 taken care of. Remember a move. Thank God for the move reminder. Not random. Whoa, hey. Yeah. That is random. Awesome. It's like a 15% chance, so it's not the worst. So we'll give this like a couple of shots and then... if we don't see it, we'll end it. But we'll be back to this on next Saturday. The only thing I may do beforehand, and mind you, the big part of it will be done after, or would be done on stream. It's before stream, I will go in. I'll try to go into Sword and catch one of each of the exclusives. Not trades, just the exclusives. Because I have Sword far enough in my other Switch to do trades, which is all I need for trade evolution purposes. Which those are another thing I'd probably do off stream. But I will do, go in, or try to remember to go in and grab the Sword exclusives, like just the first level of each one, and put them into home. So that way I can just go onto the shield here, take them out. Actually, I don't have to go on to home. We'll just go into home and basically take them out of one and put them into the other. And that way I can go and breed them for eggs and end it there, and then hatch said eggs for the final versions of each. But all right, we have healed up. It is sorta at that time, so we'll save quick, and that will be where we will call it for today. Like I said, no stream tomorrow. Monday is the one day I don't stream. But I will be back on Tuesday with more Bravely Default. With that game, we are at the end of chapter 6, so we're every sign points to us about to get the Conjurer class, which means I'll have the final class I needed, so we can level up that in Vampire to max, and then start really playing around with builds. So definitely willing to talk to people about different build ideas for that, but otherwise I will also have I'm thinking about putting out a TikTok to try to get some builds, because I'd love to actually try something other than other than two builds. The jump build that I've currently been using, and like I said, there's a build I've seen that has two red mages that's supposedly the best build, and I'm like, I don't want to do the best build. I want to just do something interesting. So we'll see. But this will be it for today. As always, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will see you all next time. So later.